Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The barrier shattered like glass struck by lightning, a spiderweb of fissures spreading across nothingness. Few in the village of North Haven witnessed the momentary fracture in the sky above their simple houses, a brief distortion like heat rising from summer stones. Fewer still noticed the sliver of absolute darkness that slipped through before the ancient magic sealed itself once more. But in his forge, at the edge of the settlement, Arathorn felt it. A sudden chill that extinguished his carefully tended fire and left frost crystallizing on his hammer mid-swing. The smithy plunged into darkness, save for a single point of light. A medallion half buried in the ashes of his forge, pulsing with an inner radiance that painted the rough-hewn walls with dancing shadows. The artifact had appeared without explanation, materializing among the coals when the chill swept through. Arathorn approached cautiously, calloused fingers hovering above the gleaming object. A circle of white gold engraved with spiraling runes, surrounding a crystal that shifted colors like the legendary aurora veil that crowned Luminara's mountains during winter solstice. Something about it called to him, a silent song that resonated with his blood. When his fingertips touched the cold metal, visions exploded behind his eyes, towering spires of crystal rising from mist-shrouded valleys, barriers of pure light encircling the realm of Luminara, and deep beneath the majestic crystal palace at the kingdom's heart, something ancient and vast stirring from millennia of slumber. "It's chosen you, then," said a voice from the shadows, startling Arathorn from his trance. After all these years, the pendant of Luminara has found its rightful bearer. The woman who stepped into the meager light seemed out of place in his humble workshop. Tall and regal, with silver-white hair that cascaded over robes of midnight blue embroidered with constellations that seemed to shift with her movements. Her eyes, one amber, one violet, regarded him with an intensity that made him step back. "Lady Elindra," he managed, recognizing the controversial royal advisor whose presence in court had sparked rumors of espionage and treachery for years. "What? How?" "There's little time," she interrupted, glancing nervously toward the door. "The pendant's awakening will have alerted others, both allies and those who would destroy it rather than see it fulfill its purpose." Her mismatched eyes fixed on him with unexpected urgency. "You've spent your life believing you're a simple blacksmith, content with your place in the world, untroubled by greater concerns. That life ends tonight." "I don't understand," Arathorn said, though the pendant warmed against his palm as if contradicting him. "You will." Elindra moved toward him, her steps silent despite the rushes covering his earthen floor. "For now, you must trust that the pendant chose you for reasons beyond your knowing. Take it, gather only what you can carry, and follow me. The Blood Hunters will reach North Haven by dawn." The mention of Blood Hunters, the Shadow King's mythical assassins, bogeymen from children's tales, should have prompted laughter. Instead, a chill of recognition traveled Arathorn's spine, as if awakened memory rather than fresh knowledge. "Why would such creatures hunt a blacksmith?" he asked, already knowing the answer wasn't so simple. Elindra's expression softened momentarily. "They hunt not what you are, but what you're destined to become." the last guardian of Luminara. She reached for the door. Choose quickly, Arathorn, son of forgotten kings. Our kingdom's fate rests on your decision. They traveled under cover of darkness, avoiding the main roads that connected Luminara's scattered settlements. Arathorn followed Elindra through forests he'd never dared enter, across streams that whispered secrets in voices almost human, and beneath ancient stone arches half reclaimed by wilderness. The pendant never cooled against his chest, its pulsing light now hidden beneath his traveling cloak. Occasionally, when they paused to rest, he would study the runes engraved upon its surface, symbols that should have been unintelligible yet increasingly made sense, as if he were remembering a language rather than deciphering it. The runes tell the true history of Luminara, Elindra explained on their third night, as they huddled beside a carefully shielded fire in the hollow trunk of a massive fallen oak. Not the sanitized version taught to schoolchildren or even the political intrigue recorded by court historians. They speak of the covenant made when the first human settlers came to this valley. Covenant with whom? Arathorn asked, though again, some part of him seemed to know already. With the land's original guardian. Elindra gestured toward the distant silhouette of the Crystal Palace, barely visible through the forest canopy, its spires catching the moonlight. A dragon whose name has been systematically erased from our records, but whose power still maintains the barriers that protect our realm from what lies beyond. Dragons are legends, Arathorn protested, stories to frighten children. As are blood hunters, she countered, yet they've been tracking us since Northaven. Your royal bloodline is also supposedly legend, yet the pendant awakened to your touch as it would for no other. The mention of royal blood still disoriented him. According to Elindra, he was the last descendant of Luminara's true ruling line, displaced centuries ago by the current dynasty through treachery and careful manipulation of historical records. His very existence was heresy to the crown. If there truly is a dragon beneath the palace, he said, fingering the pendant absently, why has it allowed false kings to rule? Why hasn't it broken free? Because it sleeps, Elindra replied softly. Part of the original covenant was a great slumber, a hibernation of millennia during which its essence would fuel the protective barriers surrounding our realm. It was never meant to be eternal. The dragon should have awakened a century ago when the appointed royal descendant came of age to renew the covenant. What happened to that descendant? Elindra's mismatched eyes reflected the firelight solemnly. The crown discovered him first. Your grandfather died before he could claim his birthright, as did your father after him. You were hidden away, given to a blacksmith's family, your identity concealed even from yourself. And now the barriers are failing, Arathorn whispered, remembering the chill in his forge, the momentary fracture in the sky, because the dragon begins to stir without guidance. Yes, and as it wakes, disoriented and unbound by renewed covenant, the barriers weaken further. Already, creatures from the outside slip through the cracks. The darkness that hunts us is only the beginning. Their journey grew more perilous as they approached the kingdom's center. Twice they encountered royal patrols that Elindra diverted with magic previously hidden from Arathorn. Illusions cast with subtle movements of her fingers, accompanied by whispered words that bent light and confused the mind. Once, beneath a moonless sky, they faced something else entirely. A creature of living shadow that moved like liquid across the forest floor, absorbing all light it touched. The pendant had flared in warning seconds before the attack, giving them barely enough time to flee. An umbral hunter, Elindra had explained afterward, her face pale with exertion after casting a spell that temporarily blinded the creature. They exist in the space between realms, called forth by those with knowledge of the outside. The Shadow King sends them for prey his human hunters cannot track. This Shadow King, Arathorn said, helping her across a narrow ravine as dawn broke over the mountains. You speak of him as separate from Luminara's ruler, yet opposing us both. Elindra's smile held no humor. You begin to understand the true complexity of our situation. King Malzir, who sits upon Luminara's throne, is merely a puppet. Powerful, yes, but ultimately manipulated by forces beyond the barriers. The Shadow King wishes entry to our realm, and a weakened dragon serves his purpose. As they crested the final ridge before the capital city, Arathorn beheld Luminara in its full glory for the first time. The Crystal Palace dominated the valley, its spires seemingly grown rather than built, refracting sunlight into rainbows that danced across the city below. Surrounding everything was the Great Barrier, visible now to his awakening senses as a dome of translucent energy, shimmering like heat above summer stones, marred by fractures that sealed and reopened in hypnotic patterns. "It's beautiful," he whispered. "And dying," Elindra replied. "Would look closer." With the pendant warm against his skin, Arathorn focused his gaze beyond surface beauty. Now he saw the corruption spreading through the city, shadows that clung too long where light should banish them, people moving with subtle wrongness, as if manipulated by unseen strings, and at the palace itself, a darkness gathering beneath its crystalline facade like rot beneath fair skin. "The crown mages have been compromised," Elindra said quietly. "Some knowingly serve the Shadow King. Others are influenced through artifacts smuggled across the weakening barriers. They keep the dragon subdued through forbidden rituals while the barriers deteriorate further." "How do we reach it?" Arathorn asked, the pendant pulsing in time with his heartbeat, urging him forward despite his fear. "Through the catacombs beneath the palace, passages known only to the original royal line and their closest advisors." She turned to him, her different-colored eyes reflecting determination and something like hope. "Passages that should recognize your blood and open to your presence. And once we reach the dragon, you must awaken it fully and renew the covenant with the pendant as catalyst. Your royal blood carries the obligation and the right." Her expression softened momentarily. "I've guided 3 generations of your family toward this destiny, failing each time. You are our last hope, Arathorn." The implication of her words struck him suddenly. 3 generations, but that would make you very old indeed, she finished with the ghost of a smile. The dragon was not the only one bound by the original covenant. "As its appointed guardian among mortals, my lifespan was extended until my duty is fulfilled." Arathorn studied her with new understanding. Not a spy or traitor, as rumors claimed, but a sentinel watching through centuries, waiting for the rightful heir to restore balance. The pendant flared suddenly against his chest, its warning now familiar. Shadows deeper than natural darkness gathered at the edges of the forest behind them. "They've found us," Elindra whispered, reaching for his hand. "We must move quickly. The final passage to the palace lies just ahead. But once we enter the city, both crown mages and blood hunters will sense the pendant's power." Arathorn clasped her outstretched hand, feeling ancient magic bind their fates together. The humble blacksmith he'd been just days ago seemed increasingly distant, a half-remembered dream fading before awakening reality. In its place stood a growing certainty, a sense of purpose engraved upon his soul, as clearly as the runes upon the pendant. "Then let us awaken the dragon," he said, stepping toward his destiny and the salvation of Luminara, and remind this realm of its true covenant. Behind them, the shadows solidified into hunting forms. Ahead lay a city unwittingly harboring corruption, a palace of crystal concealing elemental power, and beneath it all, an ancient dragon stirring from enforced slumber, ready to recognize the blood of those who had first sworn allegiance to its protection, or to destroy a kingdom that had forgotten its most sacred promise. The last guardian of Luminara stepped from the forest's edge, the pendant blazing like a star against his chest, illuminating the path toward either salvation or oblivion. Story 2. The first tree died with a scream that shattered the night. Not the crack of timber or the whisper of falling leaves, but a sound so primal it awakened Liara from her dreamless exile 3 valleys away. She sat bolt upright in her modest dwelling, her breath crystallizing in the suddenly frigid air. The ancient connection between druids and the forest of eternal whispers, a bond her enemies believed severed with the massacre of her order, surged to life within her veins. Pain lanced through her chest as the ancient oak's death throes echoed across the mystical pathways that had lain dormant since the Night of Embers. A death that should have been impossible. The great sentinels of the forest had stood for millennia, guardians of magic older than elves or men, their roots drinking deep from the wellsprings of creation itself. They did not simply die, not unless something had corrupted the very source of their vitality. Liara's hands trembled as she reached for the carved staff propped against her bedside, the last relic of her order. Its wood taken from the mother tree during an age when humans and elves still honored the ancient covenant. 5 years she had hidden here, living as a simple healer among villagers who knew nothing of her true nature, believing herself the sole survivor of Thorn's purge. 5 years of silence from the forest that had once whispered secrets in her dreams, and now this cry of agony tearing through the stillness of night. "I hear you," she whispered, her voice cracking from disuse of the old tongue. "I am coming." The forest of eternal whispers had changed. Once a realm of dappled light and harmonious song where creatures of all realms coexisted in delicate balance, it had become a twisted shadow of itself. Liara moved cautiously along paths she once could have navigated blindfolded, her senses overwhelmed by wrongness. The canopy above, once a cathedral of emerald and gold, now hung low and tangled, leaves withered and tinged with sickly hues of rust and decay. The very air felt thick, as if the forest held its breath in anticipation of some coming calamity. But most disturbing were the whispers. "Ugh! Death walks on 2 legs," hissed the breeze through blighted branches. "The heart lies shattered," moaned the undergrowth beneath her careful steps. "Betrayer king, shadow bringer," sighed the mist that clung to hollow trunks. Where once the forest had communicated through impressions of beauty and ancient wisdom, now it spoke only in fragmented warnings and curses. Something had wounded not just its body, but its mind. Liara pressed on toward the sacred glade, or what remained of it. The heart of the forest had once housed the Sylvan Court, where the 4 elven lords would gather on solstices to renew ancient pacts under the guidance of her order. Now, the glade lay blighted, the circle of sentinel trees blackened and twisted like charred bones reaching toward a colorless sky. At the center, where the heart of Sylvaneth should have rested upon its living altar, there was only a jagged hollow, a wound in the earth that leaked shadows instead of blood. Liara knelt, placing her palm against corrupted soil. "What happened here?" she whispered, channeling what remained of her druidic powers into the connection. Visions flashed behind her closed eyelids, 4 hooded figures, each bearing away a fragment of pulsing, crystalline light. The lords of the elven houses, traditional guardians of the forest's boundaries, now its despoilers. And behind them, a 5th figure, taller than the rest, crowned in twisted antlers that cast shadows too substantial to be mere darkness. "You shouldn't have returned, druid daughter." The voice jolted Liara from her communion. She whirled, staff raised defensively, to find herself facing a spectre from her nightmares. Thorn, the witch hunter, stood at the edge of the glade, tall and gaunt, clad in the same black leathers and silver symbols of office he had worn the night he led the purge against her kind. But something had changed in him as well. The zealous fire that had once burned in his grey eyes had dimmed to smouldering embers, and new lines of strain mapped his severe features. "Come to finish your work?" Liara asked coldly, channeling power into her staff. "Am I the last after all? Kill me, and the druids of the eternal whispers truly become legend." To her surprise, Thorn made no move toward the weapons at his belt. Instead, he lowered his head in a gesture that might have been shame. "I deserve your hatred," he said, his voice rough as bark. "But I did not come to hunt. I came to warn, and perhaps, if the forest permits, to atone." "Atone?" Liara almost laughed, the sound bitter as winterberries. "Even your ashes wouldn't be enough atonement for what you did." "Perhaps not, but preventing what comes next might be a start." He gestured toward the violated center of the glade. The heart of Sylvaneth has been split into 4 fragments, each taken by one of the elven lords. "I saw," Liara replied. "What I don't understand is why. The heart maintains the balance of the forest. Without it, the elemental guardians will..." Understanding dawned like a cold sun. "The guardians, they're corrupted, aren't they? That's why the forest speaks in madness now." Thorn nodded grimly. "The Earth Guardian turned first. It rises now as a thing of foul corruption in the western groves, tainting the soil and destroying everything rooted there. The Water Guardian has become a poisonous mist that corrupts any creature that drinks from the once sacred springs. The Air Guardian manifests as toxic winds that carry hallucinatory spores. And the Fire Guardian, let me guess," Liara said. "It burns with unquenchable hunger rather than cleansing light." "Yes." He took a tentative step forward. "I was deceived, Liara. We all were. The reports of druidic corruption, the evidence of dark rituals, all fabricated to justify the purge, to eliminate those who would have recognized what was happening and stopped it. Fabricated by whom?" Thorn's gaze met hers, steady and solemn. "By King Aurelian himself, the sovereign lord of all 4 elven houses and the only being powerful enough to control the fragments once separated." The name struck Liara like physical blow. Aurelian the Radiant, elven king of 10,000 years, beloved by his people and long considered the forest's greatest champion. The monarch who had welcomed her as a child when she first came to train with the druids, who had blessed her initiation with gifts of mithril and stardust. "Impossible," she whispered. "Aurelian is bound to the forest by oaths older than his crown." "Oaths he intends to break," Thorn replied. "There is a prophecy, one kept from human knowledge, but whispered among the eldest of the elven court. It foretells the end of Aurelian's reign during the Midnight Convergence." "The alignment of the 7 moons," Liara breathed. 3 nights from now. Yes, Aurelian doesn't intend to let prophecy dictate his fate. He sacrifices the forest to summon something ancient, something imprisoned beneath the heart of Sylvaneth since before elves built their first city. Thorn's voice dropped lower. "A primordial entity that exists outside the weave of destiny, capable of unraveling the prophecy itself." Liara's mind reeled. The implications were catastrophic. Such an entity wouldn't simply change one king's fate. It would unmake the tapestry of destiny for all living things connected to the forest, which, in the intricate web of life, meant eventually everything. "Why come to me?" she asked finally. "Why not take this knowledge to the Council of Houses?" "Because the houses are compromised," Thorn said. "Each lord believes they act alone, that their fragment is safe while the others cause the corruption." Aurelian has played them masterfully against each other. A shadow of his old intensity returned to his eyes, and because you are the last true vessel of the forest's voice, only a druid of your lineage can reunite the fragments once recovered. Liara stared at the man who had destroyed everything she loved, weighing his words against the desperate whispers of the dying forest around them. Truth and deception were tangled like the corrupted canopy above, yet beneath it all pulsed one undeniable certainty. Without intervention, the forest would die completely, and with it, perhaps the world beyond as well. "If I help you," she said slowly, "it isn't forgiveness, it's necessity." Thorn nodded once. "I expect nothing more." "The fragments," Liara continued, her mind already mapping their potential locations. "It will need to confront each elven lord in their own domain." "3 domains," Thorn corrected. "Lord Cassius of the Eastern Thickets is dead, killed when he attempted to return his fragment after witnessing its effects. His daughter Elindra holds it now, and she sent me to find you." "Elindra?" The name sparked a memory of a silver-haired elf maid who had studied herb lore alongside Liara in their youth. And she was always wiser than her father. And braver, too. She awaits us at Thornhold, my ancestral home on the forest's edge. The fragments of both east and north are secured there. Liara's eyes narrowed. "The fragment of the north. How did you manage that?" A ghost of a smile touched Thorn's austere features. "I was once the realm's most feared witch hunter. Some skills remain useful, even in the pursuit of redemption." Despite herself, Liara felt a reluctant spark of hope. 2 fragments already secured, 2 yet to retrieve from lords who doubtless kept them heavily guarded. And then the confrontation with Aurelian himself, an immortal being of incalculable power, before the midnight convergence brought his prophesied end. "Oh, well then, witch hunter," she said, reaching deep into the earth with her awareness, feeling for the threads of corruption to track them to their sources. "Let us see if redemption lies within your reach after all." Around them, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The whispers momentarily stilled, as if the ancient consciousness that dwelled among root and branch recognized this fragile alliance for what it was, perhaps the last, desperate hope for renewal. Somewhere far to the south, a sound like laughter echoed through the corrupted trees, the voice of an ancient king who had ruled for 10 millennia and had no intention of relinquishing his throne to the whims of destiny. Let the last druid and the penitent hunter come. Their struggle would make the final sacrifice all the sweeter when the entity awoke to unmake the prophecy written in the stars. The forest of eternal whispers had once been a place of harmony between all races of Moria. Now it whispered only of the coming darkness, of ancient pacts broken, and of a desperate race against time before the very fabric of destiny unraveled beneath the light of 7 converging moons. Story 3. The 5th flame died with a whisper. Not with a roar or a hiss, but with a soft, almost plaintive sigh, as if surrendering to an inevitable fate. In the northeastern watchtower of Ember Keep, young flame-bearer Kalen felt it first as a hollowness in his chest, then as a tremor in the eternal torch clasped in his gauntleted hands. The sacred fire, which had burned uninterrupted for 7 centuries, flickered once, twice, then collapsed into darkness. Beyond the tower windows, screams rose from the city of Ashfall as ordinary flames, hearth fires, street lamps, cooking pits, were simultaneously extinguished by an invisible hand. In their place came the darkness, not the benign absence of light that falls with evening's cloak, but something hungry, something alive. It pooled in the streets like midnight fog, devouring sound and warmth wherever it touched, sending citizens fleeing toward the protection of the remaining two flame towers. Kaelin's fingers tightened around the now useless torch, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. 5 of the 7 sacred flames, gone in a single night. The first had died at dusk. Easthold's amber blaze, quenched without warning. Then, Southreed's crimson glow. Then, in rapid succession, Westmere and Crownspire. And now his own charge, the cerulean flame of Emberfell. Only 2 remained, the emerald flame of Morningrise and the imperial white flame at the heart of Zephyria's capital. Without them, the Empire would fall, consumed by the hungry darkness that had besieged their borders since time immemorial. Bearer Kaelin, the voice belonged to Commander Thorn, her weathered face appearing at the stairwell, illuminated by a flickering hand lamp that seemed pathetically inadequate against the encroaching gloom. The council is assembling. Your presence is required, immediately. Kaelin nodded grimly, his 17 years suddenly feeling like a paltry defense against the weight now settling upon his shoulders. He was the youngest flame-bearer in 3 generations, selected by the sacred fire itself when he was but 12, a fact he had worn as a badge of honor, proof of his exceptional destiny. Now, with his flame extinguished, what was he? Just another frightened youth in a city under siege. As he descended the spiraling stone steps behind Commander Thorn, a troubling thought surfaced. 5 different bearers, 5 different towers, separated by hundreds of leagues, yet all had failed in their sacred duty on the same night. This was no coincidence. This was betrayal. The High Council chamber of Ashfall bristled with tension and hastily mounted torches, ordinary fire that guttered and smoked, a poor substitute for the eternal flames. 7 ornate chairs arranged in a semicircle stood upon the dais, but only 2 of the seated figures still bore illuminated torches. Elderly Master Thaddeus with the emerald flame, his wrinkled hands trembling around its staff, and Imperial Bearer Roswyn, the Empress's own sister, whose white flame burned with such intensity that it cast harsh shadows across her severe features. The other seats contained bearers like Kaelin himself, ashen-faced, clutching extinguished torches, looking diminished without their sacred fires. Before them all stood Grand Archivist Malvern, his silver-embroidered robes catching what little light remained in the chamber. "We face an unprecedented crisis," he intoned, his resonant voice belying his frail frame. Never in the 7,000-year history of our empire have multiple flames been extinguished simultaneously. "What of the ancient texts?" demanded Roswyn. "Surely there must be some protocol, some remedy recorded from the Age of Dragons." A ripple passed through the assembly at the mention of dragons, though the aerial beasts remained Zephyria's emblem, emblazoned on every flag and coin. No living person had seen one in centuries. They were creatures of legend, the original fire-givers who had taught humanity to harness flame as a weapon against the primordial darkness. "The archives are incomplete," Malvern admitted reluctantly. "Much was lost during the Great Burning. But there is mention of a ritual to rekindle an extinguished flame, requiring the breath of a dragon." "Useless then," scoffed one of the bearers. "The last dragon died 300 years ago." "Perhaps," said a new voice, soft but penetrating. All heads turned toward the chamber entrance. A woman stood there, tall, copper-skinned, with a wild mane of russet hair partially concealed beneath a travel-stained hood. Her presence was as unexpected as it was forbidden. No one entered the council chamber uninvited, especially not during crisis deliberations. "Seize the intruder!" Commander Thorn barked, but before her guards could move, Imperial Bearer Roswyn raised her hand. "Wait," she commanded. "I know this woman." Her pale eyes narrowed. "Sariel of the Ashlands. exiled for attempting to steal the white flame itself. 5 years passed. Your return carries the penalty of death. The woman, Sariel, offered a tight smile. Then consider how desperate I must be to risk it. She stepped forward, ignoring the guards' drawn swords. You speak of dragons as extinct, yet I have tracked one to the heart of the Ash Mountains, the last of its kind, sleeping beneath the volcanic fields for centuries, awakening only now as the darkness rises. Kaelin studied her with narrowed eyes. Even disgraced and travel-worn, Sariel carried herself with the unmistakable bearing of nobility. Rumors had circulated after her exile that she had been framed, that her attempt to steal the white flame had actually been an effort to protect it from some unspecified threat. Rumors he had dismissed as the fabrications of romantic fools. Convenient timing, he said coldly, rising from his seat. 5 flames extinguished in one night, and suddenly the exile returns with tales of living dragons. Sariel's gaze shifted to him, and Kaelin felt a jolt of something unexpected, not the contempt he anticipated, but recognition, almost compassion. Not convenient, she replied, inevitable. The flames weren't extinguished by accident or sabotage. Young bearer, they're being called home. Blasphemy, Roswin hissed, her white flame flaring. The sacred fires are Zephyria's protection, granted by the dragons themselves before their passing. Half-truth, Sariel countered. The flames are indeed protection, but not in the way you believe, and the dragons didn't grant them. They are them, fragments of dragonfire, separated and sustained by human will for centuries. But now the last dragon calls them back because it must awaken fully to face what comes. Silence fell upon the chamber as the implications of her words sank in. It was Kaelin who broke it, surprising himself. If what you say is true, he said, then my flame, all our flames, cannot be rekindled without reaching this dragon. Yes, Sariel nodded, and soon. Already the darkness encroaches further than ever before. When the last 2 flames fail, and they will, nothing will hold it back. Grand Archivist Malvin cleared his throat. The ancient texts do speak of the flames as living entities, fragments of greater power temporarily bound to human service. Roswin's face had gone pale beneath her severe exterior. The council must deliberate. Guards, secure the exile. There's no time, Kaelin interrupted, earning a scandalized look from his fellow bearers. If Sariel speaks true, then every moment we waste in deliberation brings the darkness closer. He turned to Sariel. You know where this dragon sleeps? I know the path, she replied cautiously. Decision crystallized in Kaelin's mind. Perhaps it was the shock of losing his flame, or perhaps it was the strange certainty in Sariel's eyes. But suddenly the protocols and hierarchies that had governed his life as a bearer seemed trivial against the encroaching end. Then I will accompany you, he declared. As a bearer, even one without flame, I am bound to seek its restoration. You forget yourself, young Kaelin, Roswin snapped. You have no authority. He doesn't need authority, Sariel interjected. He needs courage, and perhaps foolishness. She offered him a ghost of a smile, both of which he seems to possess in abundance. They departed before dawn, slipping from the city through ancient tunnels known only to the Order of Flame. Sariel led, her steps unerring in the darkness that pressed against their meager lamp. Kaelin followed, still wearing his ceremonial bearer's armor, though he had left the extinguished torch behind. "Why me?" he asked as they emerged on the eastern slopes, the Ash Mountains looming before them like slumbering giants. "Of all the bearers present, I'm the youngest, the least experienced." "Because your flame called to you at 12. Sariel replied without turning. It recognized something in you, a kinship, perhaps. The cerulean flame was always the most willful of the seven. You speak as if you know them personally. I was to be a bearer once, she said after a moment's hesitation. Trained from childhood in the ancient ways, but I learned too much, questioned too deeply. When I discovered the truth about the flames and tried to warn the Empress, Roswin intervened. Branded me a thief and traitor. And what is the truth? Kaelin asked, unsure if he wanted the answer. Sariel paused at the crest of a ridge, pointing toward a valley where steam rose from countless vents in the blackened earth. That the flames don't protect us from the darkness, she said softly. They protect the darkness from us. 3 days they traveled, pushing deeper into the Ash Mountains where no Imperial patrols ventured. The air grew sulphurous, the ground treacherous with hidden thermal pits. Twice they encountered pockets of darkness that had seeped through the weakening boundaries, forcing detours through razor-sharp volcanic glass formations. On the 4th day, as they descended into a massive caldera, Kaelin saw it, a mountain that was not a mountain. Obsidian scales reflecting the ruddy glow of lava streams, ridges that were the plates of an armored spine, a formation of stone that, upon closer inspection, revealed itself as a colossal, curled tail. The dragon was the mountain, or rather, it had become one over centuries of immobility, its body partially encased in volcanic rock, yet unmistakably alive. Steam vented from its nostrils with each glacial breath, and as they approached, one massive eye slid open, a vertical pupil surrounded by a molten gold iris that fixed upon them with ancient intelligence. "Dragon Father," Sariel called, her voice suddenly resonant with formal cadence, "I have brought him as you requested, a bearer of the separated flame." The dragon's eye blinked once, slowly, like the setting of a sun. Then its voice filled Kaelin's mind, not sound, but pure thought, ancient and exhausted and terrible in its clarity. 5 fragments return, 2 remain. The cycle nears completion, little ember carriers. "Why have you called the flames back?" Kaelin demanded, awe warring with indignation in his breast. "Without them, the darkness will consume our cities, our people." A rumble shook the caldera, the dragon's equivalent of bitter laughter. "You speak of darkness as enemy, yet you know nothing of true shadow. The fragments were never yours to keep, human child. They are me, my divided essence, scattered to contain what slumbers beneath your precious empire." Images flooded Kaelin's mind, vast, writhing shapes in a sea of absolute blackness, entities older than the world itself, their forms so alien that his human mind could barely comprehend their outlines before recoiling in primal terror. "The shadow beneath is not your enemy," the dragon continued. "It is mine. Ancient kin, fallen, corrupt. I divided my flame to keep them dormant, and your ancestors, wiser than you, swore to maintain that vigil. But now the shadow stirs regardless, and I must be whole to face it." Sariel stepped forward. "The Empress doesn't know. None of them remember the original pact. They believe the flames simply protect against natural darkness, because it was easier to understand," Kaelin whispered, comprehension dawning. "Easier to obey, without fear." He looked up at the titanic creature. "The shadows that come when the flames die, they're not the enemy you speak of, merely echoes, harbingers. The true awakening approaches, with or without the final fragments." "And then what would you have us do?" Kaelin asked, squaring his shoulders. "Stand aside while our people are consumed by these echoes?" The ancient eye regarded him with something approaching respect. "Your fire chose well, little ember carrier. There is courage in you, if misguided, A deep rumble vibrated through the ground. Bring me the final fragments voluntarily, and I shall grant your people protection when I rise to face what comes. Deny me, and I will take them regardless, but there will be no shelter in my wings when the shadow breaks its bonds. Kaelin exchanged glances with Sariel, seeing his own conflict mirrored in her expression, returned to warn an empire that had already branded one of them a traitor, or trust this ancient being with the last defense of their civilization. We'll need proof, he said finally. Something to convince the Imperial bearer. The dragon's eye closed momentarily, and when it opened, a small flame, cerulean blue, danced upon the stone before Kaelin, a fragment of what was yours to carry. Show this to the white bearer, and she will know the truth of your words. As Kaelin reached for the flame, feeling its familiar warmth call to him, he understood with perfect clarity. He had never been its master, only its guardian. And now, like all faithful guardians, he must decide whether the greatest service was in holding fast or letting go. The fate of Zephyria hung in the balance, dependent not on ancient fires, but on what burned within its people when those fires failed. Story 4. The sea turned to crystal beneath the light of twin moons, transforming the restless waves into an expanse of shimmering facets that captured the stars themselves. From the deck of the Sovereign Wind, Lord Admiral Thalion watched the phenomenon with a practiced eye, noting how the crystallization reached farther inland than ever before, creeping up the alabaster shores of Numeris like icy fingers. Beautiful, yes, but ominous. The oracle's words echoed in his mind. 97 days until the great shattering. 97 days until the end of everything he had sworn to protect. The fractured isles of Numeris spread across the cerulean sea like jewels scattered from a celestial crown. 27 islands, interconnected by arching bridges of opalescent stone, and the magnificent crystal ships that sailed on water and solidified sea alike. For 1,000 years, the civilization of Numeris had flourished here, masters of maritime magic and keepers of tidal law. In the central isle of Azurine stood the Grand Spire, a tower of spiraling azure crystal so tall that its peak was perpetually wreathed in clouds, home to the mysterious oracle who had guided their people through centuries of prosperity. The same oracle who now proclaimed their doom. "The crystallization worsens, my lord," said Captain Illyria, her voice pulling Thalion from his grim reverie. Unlike most Nymerians with their silver blonde hair and pale complexions, Illyria's features suggested distant ancestry from the mainland, olive skin and eyes the deep green of ocean depths. The harbour master reports 3 more fishing vessels caught in last night's transmutation. The crews barely escaped, Thalion nodded grimly, and the preparations for evacuation proceeding, but slowly. Many still do not believe in the oracle's prophecy, my lord. They say it's unprecedented for her to address the common people directly rather than through the Council of Tides. Indeed, it had been unprecedented, the oracle's sudden appearance in the Grand Market a fortnight ago, her eyes blazing with unnatural light as she proclaimed that the islands would shatter in 100 days, sundered by forces beyond mortal comprehension. The panic had been immediate, though the Council of Tides had quickly moved to contain it, proclaiming that evacuation plans would be developed. Plans that now fell to Thalion, Lord Admiral of the Crystal Fleet. "Belief is a luxury we cannot afford," he said quietly. "The signs are evident to anyone who would see them. The advancing crystallization, the tremors beneath the isles, the migrations of deep-sea creatures to the surface." He turned to face his most trusted captain. "Have the shipwrights double their efforts. Every vessel that can float must be prepared." The question that remained unspoken between them was, prepared for what? Where could they possibly take an entire civilization with no warning? No allies willing to accept refugees in such numbers. The answer, if it existed, lay in a legend, the map of worlds, said to be held by the Meridians, the underwater dwellers who had been enemies of Nymeris since before written history began. "My lord," Illyria said hesitantly, "there are rumors from the lower city. Meridian agents have been sighted in the night market." Thalion's eyes narrowed. The Meridians never came to the surface, not since the great severance 3 centuries ago, when Nymeris had driven them from the shallows into the abyssal depths. "Bring me my battle gear," he said. "I'll investigate personally." The night market of Azurine thrived in the shadow of the Grand Spire, a labyrinth of tented stalls and shadowy alcoves where goods from across the known world exchanged hands with minimal scrutiny. Thalion moved through it in plain clothes, a hood concealing his distinctive silver-white hair and the ceremonial facial markings that denoted his rank. The rumors had substance. In a recessed grotto, accessed through a hidden door behind a spice merchant's stall, he found them, Meridians, their skin bearing the phosphorescent patterns that allowed them to navigate the darkest depths, their eyes large and unblinking. 3 of them huddled around a table with a local smuggler, speaking in hushed tones. "The oracle lies," one was saying, voice bubbling slightly as if still adjusting to air rather than water. "She does not seek to save Nymeris, but to condemn it." Thalion stepped from the shadows. "Bold words against our most sacred seer," he said, hand resting casually on the hilt of his ceremonial dagger. "Day especially from those who would be executed simply for setting foot on our shores." The Meridians rose as one, webbed hands reaching for concealed weapons, but their leader, a female with intricate luminescent patterns swirling across her forehead, raised a hand to stop them. "Lord Admiral Thalion," she said, confirming his suspicion that his disguise had been ineffective. "I am Nerissa, daughter of the Deep Currents, princess of the Meridian Courts. And I have come to speak with you specifically." "A great risk," Thalion acknowledged, curiosity overriding caution. "Why?" "Because your people are not the only ones in danger." Her large, opalescent eyes seemed to see through him. "The Great Shattering threatens us all, but not for the reasons your oracle claims." "Explain." "Not here." She gestured to the narrow passageways of the night market. "Your oracle has agents everywhere. We must speak somewhere secure, and I must show you what we've discovered beneath the fractured isles." Every instinct honed over decades of naval service screamed that this was a trap, yet something in her demeanor, a barely contained urgency, a genuine fear, gave him pause. "Why should I trust you?" he asked. "Our peoples have been enemies for generations." "Because," Nerissa replied, "we both seek the map of worlds. And I can take you to it." The descent to the Meridian realm was unlike anything Thalion had experienced in his 6 decades of life. Encased in a bubble of Meridian magic that allowed him to breathe underwater, he followed Nerissa down through layers of ocean, past the crystallized surface, through forests of swaying kelp taller than the masts of his flagship, and into the mysterious realm where light from above ceased to penetrate. Here, the Meridians' bioluminescence came into its full glory. Their city, Luminara, sprawled across an underwater plateau, a breathtaking constellation of structures grown from living coral and phosphorescent algae, connected by arching bridges that pulsed with their own inner light. "We have always been here," Nerissa said, her voice clear in his mind though her lips didn't move, some function of the bubble magic, perhaps. "Watching, listening. Your people forget that the sea connects all things, and yet you never warned us of the coming catastrophe," Thalion replied. "Would you have believed us? Or would you have assumed it was a trick to reclaim the shallows?" Her expression was unreadable. "Besides, we only confirmed the truth ourselves recently." when the deep tremors began disturbing the ancient archives. She led him to a vast chamber at the center of Luminara, where elderly meridians tended to shelves of peculiar objects, not books, but spherical crystals that glowed with internal light when touched. Under the map of worlds is not a map in the sense your people imagine, Narissa explained, approaching a plinth where a crystal larger than the others pulsed with deep crimson light. It is a record, a memory of how the world was formed and how it might be unmade. She placed her webbed hands on the crystal, and suddenly the chamber dissolved around them. Thalion found himself floating in a void where massive continents drifted like leaves on a pond, forming and reforming. Long ago, Narissa's voice echoed around him. Before Nimeris or meridians existed, the world was shaped by beings of immeasurable power. Not gods, as some believe, but entities from beyond the heavens who sought refuge in our realm. Some became mountains, others rivers or forests, melding with the fabric of our world to hide themselves from those who hunted them. The vision shifted, focusing on the area now occupied by the fractured isles. Thalion watched in awe as a colossal creature, part whale, part dragon, with scales that shimmered like mother of pearl, descended from the stars and submerged itself in the sea. Slowly, its massive body transformed, becoming the foundation upon which the islands of Nimeris would later form. One such entity slumbers beneath your islands, Narissa continued. The tremors are its stirrings, the crystallization is its awakening breath, and your oracle, her voice hardened, your oracle has been feeding it. Feeding it! Thalion's mind reeled. How? The vision changed again, showing the interior of the Grand Spire, not as it appeared now, but centuries ago. A procession of bound prisoners being led to a chamber deep beneath the tower, where a pit pulsed with the same crystalline light that now transformed their seas during the twin moons. For centuries, your oracle, who is not one person but a succession of chosen vessels, has been sacrificing your criminals, your dissidents, your unwanted, feeding them to the entity to maintain its slumber while simultaneously preparing it for a specific purpose. And what purpose is that? Thalion asked, though he dreaded the answer. The entity is a vessel, a living ship that can travel between stars. The oracle serves those who sent it here originally, beings who have waited millennia to reclaim their creation. When the great shattering comes, it will not be an earthquake, but the entity rising from its slumber, breaking the islands apart as it emerges. The oracle plans to direct it toward the mainland, where its masters wait. The vision faded, and they stood once more in the crystal archive. Thalion's mind struggled to encompass the enormity of the revelation. If this is true, he said slowly, then evacuation is pointless. Nowhere in Moria would be safe. No, Narissa agreed. But there may be a way to prevent the awakening entirely, or at least direct the entity away from inhabited lands. She held up a small, pulsing crystal. This contains the true language of the star beings, preserved from the early days when meridians and surface dwellers were one people. With it, we might communicate with the entity, reason with it. And if reason fails, Thalion asked. Narissa's luminescent patterns dimmed slightly. Then we must be prepared to strike at the only vulnerability our records indicate, the crystalline heart beneath the Grand Spire, where the oracle's chamber connects directly to the entity. Thalion felt the weight of thousands of lives, both Nimeris and Meridian, settle upon his shoulders. To act against the oracle, the most revered figure in his civilization, bordered on sacrilege. Yet if Narissa spoke the truth, I will need proof to convince the Council of Tides, he said finally. You shall have it, Narissa replied. Tonight, during the full alignment of the twin moons, the oracle will perform the final ritual before the awakening. a mass sacrifice disguised as an evacuation planning session for the council and noble families. If you can get me inside the grand spire, I can reveal her true form. Thalion nodded slowly, his decision made. Then we have little time to prepare. The future of both our peoples, perhaps of all Moria, depends on what we do in the coming hours. As they ascended toward the crystallizing surface, toward a confrontation that would determine the fate of two civilizations, Thalion reflected on the irony of finding alliance with ancient enemies while discovering betrayal at the heart of everything he had served. The Oracle of the Crystal Tides had prophesied doom, indeed, but failed to mention that she herself was its architect. And now, with 96 days remaining until the Great Shattering, the countdown to salvation or destruction had truly begun. Story 5. The first mirror shattered at midnight, not with the mundane tinkle of breaking glass, but with a sound like the screaming of worlds being torn asunder. Ellawen jolted awake in her small chamber high in the eastern tower, her hands instinctively reaching for the silver amulet at her throat. The resonance of broken magic vibrated through the ancient stones of the citadel, a dissonant chord that no ordinary ear could perceive. But Ellawen was far from ordinary. The citadel of 1,000 mirrors floated impossibly above the misty valleys of Moria, its crystalline spires catching the light of twin moons and fracturing it into cascades of luminescent color. For centuries, it had stood as both sanctuary and prison, a repository of knowledge and a fortress guarding the delicate boundaries between worlds. Here, the most gifted mages of the realm trained under the watchful eyes of the 7 archimages, learning to navigate the treacherous pathways of interdimensional magic. Apprentice Ellawen. The voice of Magister Thorn echoed up the spiral staircase. The Archimage summons all adepts to the Grand Gallery. Make haste! Ellawen threw a midnight blue robe over her nightclothes, her fingers trembling as she fastened the silver clasps. Only 17 winters old, she was the youngest apprentice ever accepted into the Citadel's hallowed halls. The other adepts whispered that it was only because Archimage Malachi himself had discovered her as an infant, abandoned before the Citadel's gates on the night of the Crimson Eclipse. The Grand Gallery stretched the entire length of the Citadel's central keep, a vast cathedral of light and glass. 1,000 mirrors lined its walls, not ordinary mirrors of silvered glass, but portals into other realms, each one a window to a different dimension. Some revealed verdant forests where violet trees reached toward amber skies. Others showed desolate wastelands where twisted creatures prowled among ruins of forgotten civilizations. A few, those draped in heavy velvet curtains, led to places so terrible that even to glimpse them was to risk madness. Tonight, chaos reigned in the gallery. Apprentices and magisters alike huddled in fearful clusters, their faces pale in the flickering light of enchanted lanterns. 3 mirrors now stood empty, their frames containing nothing but jagged shards and emptiness. Before them stood Archimage Malachi, his tall figure draped in robes of midnight, embroidered with constellations that shifted and twinkled with their own inner light. A breach in the 7th harmonic realm, he was saying as Ellawen slipped into the crowd. Something is systematically destroying the anchors. If this continues... His pale eyes, the color of winter frost, suddenly fixed on Ellawen. The words died on his lips. "Apprentice Ellawen," he said, his voice suddenly cold as the void between stars. "Day, where were you when the 3rd mirror shattered?" "In my chambers, Archimage," she replied, confusion furrowing her brow. "Asleep until the resonance woke me." "Indeed," the doubt in his voice cut like a knife. "How curious, then, that your magical signature lingers around each broken portal." Gasps rippled through the assembled mages. Eloan stood frozen, shock rendering her momentarily speechless. "That's impossible," she finally managed. "And I would never—" "The evidence speaks otherwise." Malachi's voice could have frozen flame. "Guards, seize her. The Council of Seven will determine her punishment at dawn." But as armored sentinels moved to take her, the fourth mirror exploded outward in a storm of crystalline shrapnel. From the yawning darkness beyond stepped a figure that drew screams of terror from the assembled mages, a creature with 8 sinuous limbs ending in razor-sharp talons, its body covered in glistening obsidian scales. Only its face betrayed its true nature, a perfect reflection of Archimage Malachi himself, twisted into a mask of cold fury. In the chaos that followed, Eloan did the unthinkable. She ran. The lower city of Morvain sprawled beneath the floating citadel like a drop of ink spreading across parchment, a labyrinth of narrow streets and crooked buildings that leaned against one another like drunken revelers. Here, in the shadows where respectable folk feared to tread, Eloan found herself 3 days later, hollow-eyed and desperate, her apprentice robes exchanged for a thief's nondescript garb. The Obsidian Menagerie occupied a curious spot in Morvain's notorious shadow market, neither fully visible nor completely hidden. Those who needed its unique wares found it. Those who didn't walked past the unassuming facade without a second glance. Eloan approached the door with trepidation, her hand closing around the iron knocker shaped like a raven's head. 3 knocks, a pause, then 2 more. The code she'd paid a fortune in stolen spell components to acquire. "Enter, little mirror mage," called a voice from within, smooth as silk yet somehow discordant, as if 2 voices spoke as one. The man who awaited her was not what she expected. Vex the Collector stood barely taller than her own modest height, his slight frame draped in a coat of patchwork leather that seemed to consist of a dozen different garments stitched together. His skin bore the pale translucence of one who rarely saw sunlight, and his hair, a startling shock of white, stood in wild disarray around a face too young for its color. Only his eyes betrayed his rumored centuries of existence, ancient, knowing orbs of deepest violet that seemed to see through Eloan's every defense. "You've brought trouble to my doorstep," he said, gesturing for her to sit at a table cluttered with curious artifacts. "The Citadel's hounds are sniffing every corner of Morvain for you." "I'm innocent," Eloan insisted. Something is framing me." "Oh, I know that." Vex waved a dismissive hand adorned with rings on every finger. "The question is not whether you're guilty, little mirror mage, but why someone wants the Archimage to think you are." Over the next hour, Vex revealed what the Citadel had kept from its apprentices. The mirrors were not merely portals, but anchors, stabilizing the boundaries between dimensions that had grown dangerously thin over millennia. And they were failing, not just in their reality, but across all known dimensions of Moria. "But why would anyone want to destroy them?" Eloan asked. It would mean the collapse of all realities." Vex's expression darkened as he placed an artifact on the table, a shard of mirror unlike any Eloan had seen, its surface rippling like liquid mercury. "Because," he said quietly, "in some realities, the collapse has already begun." The truth, when Eloan finally grasped it, was more terrible than she could have imagined. In countless parallel dimensions, variations of Malachi and his beloved wife Lyria lived different lives. In some, they ruled kingdoms. In others, they died young. But in every reality where they existed, a tragedy occurred, Lyria's death, always in the moment of giving birth to their child. Except one. In a single divergent timeline, Malachi had discovered a way to save her by sacrificing the newborn child instead. That child's life force, distributed across the multidimensional web, had created a temporary salvation, but over centuries, the balance had begun to fail. Now, that divergent Malachi sought to make his solution permanent by collapsing all realities into one, the one where his beloved lived. Every other version of themselves would be erased from existence. And you, Vex told Elowen gently, are the key. In every dimension where you exist, you are that sacrificed child, somehow born again from the shattered fragments of your own soul. A multidimensional anomaly, the only being who exists simultaneously in all realities of Moria, yet belongs fully to none. The revelation struck Elowen like physical blow. I'm Malachi's daughter. In every reality, Vex confirmed, including this one, though he doesn't know it. The night of the Crimson Eclipse, when he found you at the Citadel gates, it was no coincidence. The multiverse was attempting to restore balance. As they spoke, the sky above Morvain darkened unnaturally. Through the windows of the obsidian menagerie, they could see the Citadel shuddering, veins of darkness spreading across its crystalline surface as more mirrors shattered within. "We need to reach the Heart Mirror," Vex said urgently, gathering strange implements into a leather satchel. "It's the nexus point for all realities. If we can stabilize it before the alternate Malachi destroys it." "And if we can't?" Elowen asked. Vex's ancient eyes met hers. "And then every version of Moria across the multiverse will collapse into a single point of existence, and then, quite possibly, into nothing at all." The journey back to the Citadel was a blur of shadow magic and desperate gambles. Vex, it turned out, was far more than a mere collector of curiosities. Once the Citadel's master of dimensional theory, he'd been exiled centuries ago for experiments deemed too dangerous, experiments that now made him the only ally who could help Elowen navigate the crumbling boundaries between worlds. They materialized in the heart chamber at the Citadel's core, where both versions of Malachi, her father, though he didn't know it, stood locked in magical combat before the last intact mirror, a massive oval of pure energy that pulsed like a living thing. "Stop!" Elowen cried, her voice carrying an authority she didn't recognize. Both men turned, identical faces showing identical shock. "You don't understand what's at stake," the alternate Malachi snarled, his human form now partially transformed into the obsidian creature she had glimpsed before. "Every reality is flawed except the one where she lives." "I understand better than you think," Elowen replied, stepping forward. The heart mirror pulsed in response to her proximity, its surface rippling like quicksilver. "I am what you sacrificed, in that single reality where you saved her. I am the daughter you murdered to preserve your wife's life." For a moment, doubt flickered across the creature's features, then rage consumed them once more. One life for hers, a fair exchange. "Not one life," Vex interjected, his voice heavy with the weight of terrible knowledge. "All life. The collapse you've initiated will eventually consume even the reality you're trying to preserve." As they spoke, the chamber trembled. Throughout the Citadel, the remaining mirrors were failing, one by one. Reality itself seemed to flicker around them like a guttering candle. In that moment of ultimate crisis, Elowen understood her purpose. Why she alone existed across all dimensions, why the multiverse had struggled to reassemble her fractured soul. She was the key, yes, but also the lock. Stepping toward the heart mirror, she pressed her palms against its shimmering surface. The connection was immediate and overwhelming, like touching the mind of creation itself. Through the mirror, she could sense every version of herself across countless dimensions, each one a fragment of a greater whole. "What are you doing?" Her father, the one from her reality, cried in alarm. "Does what I was born to do," Elowen answered, as knowledge not her own flowed through her mind. "Restore balance." The heart mirror flared with blinding light as Elowen channeled her unique multidimensional nature through it, creating a new kind of anchor. Not rigid boundaries between worlds, but flexible membranes, allowing connection without collapse, separation without isolation. The alternate Malachi screamed in fury and lunged toward her, but it was too late. The wave of rebalancing energy swept outward from the heart chamber, stabilizing the fractured dimensions and sealing the breaches his creatures had created. As the light faded, Elowen remained standing before the heart mirror, which now displayed not a single reality, but a complex lattice of interconnected dimensions. The true nature of Moria's multiverse, visible for the first time. The creature that had been an alternate version of her father had vanished, drawn back to his own reality, which would now continue alongside all others, neither destroyed nor dominant. "What did you do?" Vex whispered in awe. Elowen turned to him, her eyes now shimmering with the same quicksilver light as the heart mirror. "I remembered who I am," she said simply. "All of me." And in the renewed citadel of 1,000 mirrors, a new era began. One where the boundaries between worlds were no longer barriers but bridges, guarded by the one soul that belonged to them all. Story 6. The crimson sunset cast long shadows across the ruins of Split Mountain, where ancient stone fingers reached toward the darkening sky like the hands of forgotten giants. Eldrin Fojanoat wiped sweat from his brow, his calloused hands bearing the marks of his blacksmith's trade. For 3 days he had searched these ruins, following fragments of his grandfather's tales about treasures hidden in the mountain's broken heart. Not gold or jewels, but something far more valuable, knowledge of the old world. "Just a bit deeper," he muttered to himself, squeezing through a narrow crevice that no man had likely passed through in centuries. His torch illuminated walls adorned with faded symbols, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering light. The passage opened suddenly into a chamber where the mountain's split was most evident. A great crack ran through the ceiling, allowing a shaft of fading daylight to penetrate the gloom. There, nestled in a pedestal of obsidian at the chamber's center, a crystal pulsed with an inner light that seemed to breathe in rhythm with Eldrin's own heartbeat. Transfixed, he approached the crystal. Unlike any gem he had ever forged into a nobleman's hilt, this one appeared both solid and liquid simultaneously, a droplet of midnight sky captured in stone. As his fingers closed around it, the world shifted. The chamber dissolved around him, replaced by an endless expanse of silver threads stretching in all directions. Each thread hummed with its own melody, some bright and clear as morning bells, others deep and somber as funeral drums. They intersected and wove through one another in patterns too complex for mortal minds to comprehend, forming a vast tapestry that Eldrin somehow knew represented the fabric of existence itself. "So another has found us," whispered a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. After so long in darkness, the vision vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Eldrin found himself on his knees, the crystal clutched to his chest, its glow now subdued but unmistakably alive against his skin. Only then did he notice the carved inscription on the pedestal, worn by time but still legible. "The threads of destiny await the touch of those born to weave." 3 days later, Eldrin awoke to the sound of hoofbeats approaching his small cottage on the outskirts of Ravenshadow village. Since discovering the crystal, which now hung from a simple leather cord around his neck. His dreams had been filled with the silver threads, and strange new awareness had taken root in his mind. He could see possibilities branching from each moment, could almost grasp the patterns of cause and effect that bound all things. And now, somehow, he knew that the riders approaching meant him harm. The door splintered inward before he could reach for his sword. 4 figures entered, clad in armor of midnight blue that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Their faces were hidden behind expressionless silver masks, but their purpose was clear in the drawn swords that gleamed with unnatural blue flame. Mieldrin Forjanwat, intoned the tallest of the knights, by order of Her Majesty the Shadow Queen, you are to surrender the Heartstone of Eternity and submit yourself for judgment. Eldrin's hand moved instinctively to the crystal. I don't know what you're talking about, he lied, even as the crystal pulsed warningly against his chest. The Knights of the Vale do not come with empty purpose, the knight replied. The Queen has felt the awakening. The stone belongs to her by ancient right. They advanced in perfect unison, and Eldrin knew he stood no chance against such warriors. As the first knight lunged, the crystal flared with blinding light, and Eldrin felt an impossible intuition guide his hand. He moved exactly 3 steps left, ducked precisely 2 handspans, and the knight's blade whistled harmlessly overhead. For a breathless moment, Eldrin could see the threads of possibility surrounding the knights, could almost reach out and pluck them like harp strings. But the vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving him surrounded and desperately outmatched. The back wall of his cottage suddenly erupted in a cascade of musical notes made visible, rippling waves of golden sound that knocked the knights off their feet. A slender hand grasped his arm, pulling him toward the new opening. Unless you fancy becoming a royal decoration, I suggest you run, said a woman with eyes the color of summer leaves and hair like autumn fire. A lute was slung across her back, still resonating with power. Who? Eldrin began. Lyra Cantofirm, she replied with a quick smile that didn't reach her serious eyes. And you're the fool who found the last Heartstone without knowing what it means. Explanations later. Run! They took shelter in the Whispering Woods, where ancient oaks stood sentinel against the night. The trees themselves seemed to bend and shift, concealing their passage from the pursuing knights. Seated before a small fire that gave off no smoke, Lyra studied Eldrin with calculation in her gaze. Show me the stone, she commanded. Reluctantly, Eldrin withdrew the crystal from beneath his shirt. In the firelight, it seemed deeper than before, a universe contained within its facets. Lyra's breath caught. It's true then. After all these years. Her fingers hovered near the crystal but didn't touch it. Do you know what you carry, blacksmith? A Heartstone of Eternity, apparently, Eldrin replied dryly. Though that means nothing to me, it is the last of 7 stones created at the dawn of time, when the first weavers shaped reality from chaos. Lyra plucked a string on her lute, and the note hung in the air like a tangible thing. And the weavers were an order of mystics who could see and manipulate the threads of fate, the very strands that determine all that was, is, and will be. The fire crackled as if in agreement, casting dancing shadows across Lyra's solemn face. 5 centuries ago, the weavers foresaw a catastrophe, the unraveling of all creation. They gathered at the citadel of time to prevent it, but something went terribly wrong. The citadel was destroyed, the weavers slaughtered. Only one survived, she who became the Shadow Queen. Eldrin felt the crystal pulse against his skin. And she wants this back. More than anything in existence, Lyra confirmed. With it, she can complete what was started centuries ago. She believes she can reweave the world as it was before some ancient tragedy, a paradise lost to time. But to do so would unmake everything that exists now. Why do you know so much about this? Eldrin asked, suspicion sharpening his tone. Lyra's fingers danced across her lute strings, and suddenly the air around them filled with images, spectral figures in flowing robes, gathering in a grand circular chamber. Because I am the last apprentice of the last true weaver, she said softly. My master died protecting me from the Queen's knights, but not before teaching me the song of revealing, music that can make visible the invisible threads that bind all things. Her eyes met his. The crystal chose you, Eldrin. It means you have the blood of the weavers in your veins. Over the following weeks, as they journeyed toward the ruins of the Citadel of Time, Lyra taught Eldrin to harness the power that had awakened within him. With the Heartstone as his focus, he learned to see the threads of fate that connected all living things, and with great effort to gently shift their course. Never sever, Lyra warned, as Eldrin practiced redirecting the path of a stream. Never tear what has been woven. We can guide, we can influence, but to break the pattern brings chaos. The Knights of the Vale pursued them relentlessly across the Seven Kingdoms. Twice they narrowly escaped, Eldrin's growing abilities allowing him to anticipate the Knights' movements just moments before they occurred. With each use of the stone's power, Eldrin felt both exhilaration and dread, as if something vast and ancient stirred in response to his touch upon the threads. They reached the citadel as winter's first snow began to fall, a broken crown of white marble atop the highest peak in the Mistwall Mountains. Here, the very air felt thin, as if reality itself wore threadbare. "This is where it happened," Lyra whispered as they stood before the shattered gates, where the weavers tried to prevent the unraveling. "And failed," came a voice like silk drawn over stone. The Shadow Queen stood before them, though neither had seen her approach. Tall and terrible in her beauty, she wore a gown that seemed crafted from the night sky itself, constellations shifting across its surface. Her eyes were wells of darkness in which distant stars burned. "My faithful knights have served their purpose," she said with a cold smile. "They have driven you exactly where I wished you to be." Eldrin raised his hands defensively, the crystal blazing at his throat. The threads of fate became visible around them, a storm of silver strands whipping in supernatural winds. "You cannot stop what must be," the Queen continued, advancing with measured steps. "The pattern was flawed from the beginning. I alone survived to make it right." "By unmaking everything," Lyra countered, her lute at the ready. "Billions of lives, countless stories, all erased for your vision of perfection. A small price for paradise restored." The Queen's gaze fixed on Eldrin. "You feel it too, don't you, young weaver? The wrongness in the world's design. The pattern was corrupted long ago. Together, with your stone and my knowledge, we can correct the great mistake." Eldrin faltered as images poured into his mind, visions of a world of crystal spires and endless gardens, of peace without end and wisdom without limit. "He won't help you," Lyra declared, striking her lute in a chord that made the air between them ripple with force. The Queen barely seemed to notice. "He will. The blood calls to blood. Tell him, Bard. Tell him who he truly is." Lyra's fingers stilled on the strings. "Eldrin, she speaks true. The blood of the first weaver runs in both your veins. She is your ancestress from the dawn of time." The Queen smiled, extending one perfect hand. "Come, child of my lineage, fulfill your destiny. Help me remake the world as it was meant to be." For one terrible moment, Eldrin saw the temptation clearly, the power to reshape reality, to erase pain and suffering, to create perfection with a thought. The Heartstone pulsed eagerly against his skin, responding to the Queen's proximity. But then he looked at Lyra, at her determined face and steady hands, and beyond her to the threads that connected them to every living thing in existence. Each thread vibrant with its own unique song. "No," he said simply. "The world isn't perfect, but it's real. These threads, they're the lives and choices of countless beings. I won't help you erase them." Rage contorted the Queen's perfect features. "Then I shall take the stone and do it myself." She lunged forward with inhuman speed. Eldrin closed his hand around the heartstone and for the first time deliberately plunged his consciousness fully into the realm of threads. Here, in this place where past and future existed simultaneously, he could see the Queen's pattern, beautiful and terrible, stretched across millennia, and he could see the flaw in her design, a single point where grief had twisted ambition into madness. Rather than break her thread or alter its course, Eldrin did something unexpected. He reinforced it, strengthening not her power, but her connection to the world she sought to unmake. In an instant, 5 centuries of isolation shattered as the Queen felt the full weight of every life her plan would destroy. She fell to her knees with a cry that shook the foundations of the ruined citadel. "What have you done?" she gasped. "It reminded you of what it means to be a weaver," Eldrin answered gently. "Not to control fate, but to serve as its guardian." As dawn broke over the citadel of time, the Heartstone's light mingled with the rising sun. The Shadow Queen wept for the first time in 500 years, her tears falling upon stone that had witnessed both the greatest triumph and the greatest tragedy of the weavers. And in the tapestry of existence, new threads began to form, bright with possibility, woven with wisdom hard-won through the long night of almost destruction. The pattern continued, imperfect but unbroken, as it was always meant to be.